Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go over everything that we usually go over every day to give you a sense of what the market is and so that you can see. And then we're going to partake. So quarterly, still inside bar after a bullish outside bar. So still there. Monthly, still inside the monthly bar from last month. Still looking at an ABC pattern if it doesn't break the highs. Weekly, however, we have a higher low with price hitting a support level and potentially going to push up here. And daily, we have price into a resistance zone. That's why it's having a hard time going up in this area. So we have that on our long-term charts, and we'll trade intraday fairly carefully to ensure profits and make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to do. That is the top down as far as how you look at the markets. Now we'll get to our intraday trading. We won't talk much today, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be a lot of silence today. I'm just trying to test out and see if the viewers prefer silence or if they prefer to hear valuable information in the background when there's no trading going on. I'll put out a survey about that here over the weekend and kind of find out what you guys want to see. But right now, there's nothing to do. We're trading in a consolidation kind of pattern here on our long-range time frame. So I'm not looking to take a trade until price either, and I'll show you here so you can see. I'm not looking to take a trade here unless price breaks either there or here, right? Because it's in a tight area right there. So because it's in that tight area, there's going to be nothing that we're going to be looking to force unless price now gets out of this area. We do have divergence, so I will show you that fairly quickly. We do have divergence, and the divergence is here. Price made a higher high here by maybe a couple of ticks, but we made a lower low here. So we just have to wait and see what's going to happen from a standpoint of actually taking a nice trade. Is in a consolidation area, and you're typically not going to be able to profit heavily when you're trading in consolidation. So it's best to wait. And that's what we will do. But before we do that, I'll have Ronald Jones to give us the news report today. And then we'll go on mute and wait for an opportunity. Ronald?
All right. All right. 7:30 we had a yellow folder. FOMC member Bostic speaks. 8:30 we had a red folder, unemployment claims, yellow folder, building permits, another yellow folder, Philly Fed manufacturing index. I'm sorry. Those are two orange folders, the building permits and Philly Fed manufacturing index. And a yellow folder, housing starts. 10:30 a.m. we have a yellow folder, natural gas storage. 11 a.m. yellow folder, crude oil inventories, and 11:30 a.m. FOMC member Bostic speaks. That's the yellow folder.
All right, cool. So we got all of the news out of the way. We don't have any more red folders today, ladies and gentlemen. We only have orange folders left. So what we're going to do is we'll wait on our opportunities. I'll let you know the strategy that I'm kind of leaning towards sharing with everybody so that they can have a firm grip on it. And that is the strategy where you watch for the movement and then you wait on the pullback and once you get the pullback, you'll have the trade. So right now we don't have anything. We have 10 o'clock news coming out though, right?
No, 10:30.
10:30, 10:30. You said 10:30, 11, and 11:30. Okay, cool. All right, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go on mute, and then everybody, if you guys have any questions in the interim, feel free to, you know, let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'll go on mute and just sit up here and watch and see what's going on here.
So I do have one before you go on mute. What with that will that pullback happen on that 900 where maybe around 951 where
That's it.
it was
That's exactly right.
that
That
that was it.
that was a trade. We was doing a news report at the time. But I didn't want to rush, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, yeah, that is a legit opportunity. I just didn't want to trade in that range. But
Mhm.
from 24, stop of 30. I mean, you can see it's just continuing to go down here. So, but it's bouncing. You see how it got down here and it bounced right off of that line. So
Yeah.
you'd have had to get your money fairly quickly. But it did go nicely in your favor because it went from 24 to the low will be 650. So it went about 17 and a half points in your favor. Um, and it may continue down here, but I don't want to trade in this consolidation until you can see, it's pretty flat up there. But we do have divergence to go down. So if it pushes through here, we'll be looking for opportunities. We will be looking for opportunities. All right. So that's that there. But that was a great call, Ron. That was a great call right there. Is you see the bullish bar with the bearish close. That's what we call it. Um, because it has a higher high and a higher low, but it closed down. So that means
Right.
it's probably going to continue down. And which is what it did right into that resistance, right into that support area right there at about 711,
Mhm.
708, somewhere in there. So we'll wait on it because we'll get plenty of opportunities uh waiting on those turns. So
Yeah.
yeah. All right. So if you see another one, call it out.
All right.
All right.
Are there any patterns trying to form on this 8100?
Oh, not that I see. Uh it's just it's literally bouncing between those lines. It went down to
Yeah.
this line. Now it's going back to the other line. So um
Yeah.
if you get this pullback here, right, and it gives you a bearish bar with the bullish close, it's a potential trade, but you have to be very, 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 very careful because you also have divergence to continue down. So I tell people when you're looking to trade, and this is one of the biggest things when trading, when you're looking to take trades, you have to, in my opinion, make sure that you have a confluence of things in your favor, right? When I say a confluence, I mean more than two, right? More than two
Mhm.
things in your favor. Um, and it's over the time. If you're looking at different time frames, all the time frames are pretty much saying the same thing. And what you want to do is get in on the pauses of those smaller time frames. Like this right here would be a bullish, a bearish bar with a bullish close if it closes up on this 900. It'd have to close at 29.50 or higher, but it don't look like it's going to close there. It's going to continue to back down here. So yeah, no, we don't have, in my opinion, we don't have anything forming unless it's probably trying to form to the downside. Um,
Yeah.
this is just this is where you get slapped around and you lose money because you're playing in consolidation.
Hmm.
So we just chill and wait on it.
Got a nice push down.
Yeah, it looked like it's trying to make a move to the downside here. Let's see if this thing pushes through and closes below that support. You got 2,900
Mm-hmm.
contracts, so you want to see what it does here. So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Ooh, she's pushing nice, nice. The divergence. Remember I said that push up might have been a fake out.
Yeah.
Uh, and that's exactly what it was because it literally gave you a, excuse me. I don't
Another
know what's going on.
There's another support. There's another support line around 16,995 on that 8,100.
Man, for some reason my charts just, I don't know what just happened. They came to my other screen, so give me 1 second.
Ooh, I guess you gave us a chance to enter it on the 900.
Yeah, you gonna want to pull back though because you see how it's one bar. It's that one bar. It didn't give you a market structure really, and it didn't.
Yeah.
That's two red. Those are two red bars. So I want to enter there. I would have wanted to see a I wanted to see a bullish bar that was green.
Mhm.
Because that was all red. Because this right here is about to stop you out.
Yeah.
This is what I mean by you have to know that you have to understand the context of what you're. Now, if it gives you a red bar, you can get ready for the sale on one contract. Uh, and we'll add on if in fact it actually does it. It didn't give us a. It needs to give us a bullish bar with a bearish close in order for it to actually be a trade. That sucks. What you want to see is a bearish bar with a bullish. I mean, a bullish bar with a bearish close here. Has to be that.
Is that the one we're looking for now?
Good call. I didn't see. If it breaks this low, enter in one contract, but make sure it breaks the low. So you're going to enter in if it gets to 90, you should be in.
I I did. I couldn't tell if it was gonna break it or not.
All right, well, let's chill out. Let's watch it. Let's just watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a trade. Ronald missed it, and that's okay because that might have been God watching out for you, sir. I'm being funny. I'm being funny. We had the bearish close. The, let's see if this thing pushes down or up here. Uh-oh. So definitely if it breaks this high, you'd be out of it. But if it doesn't break the high, it's going to continue to lower. So let's see which one it does. All right, so that trade would not have worked. But we want to be, again, I'm just telling you, you want to be very, very careful about trading in this kind of stuff right here because that support line is now resistance. You really wanted to test that and see it uh, see it fail, because now this could be literally an ABC pattern to now go up. This is exactly what that could be. Is it could be an ABC pattern to go up. Well, let's look and
And
see
you
on
oh no, you go ahead, go ahead.
uh so you have to be very careful about stuff like that, right? Because that's nothing more than a pullback on your 24,300. You really shouldn't do anything for 13,745 bars, because that right there is going to tell the story. This right here is going to tell the story. If you enter in before that, you're going to be asking for trouble. And the reason why you're going to be asking for trouble is watch this. This is what I mean by ABC pattern to go back up. It gave you the divergence and its potential, right? Because you don't know what it's going to do right here. And this is why I say the stuff that I say. I'm glad you did not get that trade. It would have been a very small loss, right? It would have been a very, very small loss. But
Can you label the ABC pattern on that, or the potential ABC pattern
yeah,
on the
this.
ABC?
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Hold on. Type text. A B C,
Okay.
right?
A, that's that green bar, right?
Yes, that's the higher low, right?
Okay.
This is the higher low here. So, and the thing is, it's only potential, right? That's why I said you really need to wait for those 13,000 contracts to be done. You can enter in here and you might be like, well, shit, I'm gonna enter in and take a chance. And but I'm gonna tell you, and I keep saying this, professionals don't assume they're going to be right. They're going to assume they're going to be wrong. So you put a test position on so that you can see. That's why I said we're only going to enter in one contract. And then if we're wrong, we'll be wrong on one. When we're right, we'll be right on three, four, five, six. Does that make sense what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you have to be able to understand why you're doing what you're doing, because the system is the system, period. But that doesn't necessarily mean just because it's a setup doesn't mean it's a trade. And what that means is you can't say for sure whether it's not something's a trade unless you have confluence and everything's lining up in your favor. And then even then you have to say you have to assume that you're going to be wrong and then let the market prove to you you're going to be right. See, that short didn't work, but the long did. Yes, you had this bearish
Yeah.
bar with the bullish close,
Yeah.
and now that ABC pattern is now working to the upside.
Hmm.
So that is how I see it, right? Um, and I'm not saying it's going to continue to go up because I don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is it's an ABC pattern to go up on this time frame. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do that here because you can see it's in a clear uptrend, right? However, this is something that people don't talk to you about, and I haven't mentioned it. You have what you call an ABCD pattern, and the D would be ABCD up here. I won't get into explaining that today, but that is another pattern. Like I said, you're far ahead along where you're supposed to be, So I'm talking to you like I talk to nobody else at 6 weeks into something.
Right.
So, um, that being said, this right here is probably going to go up simply because the 24,300 is up. And I told you before, I said we really want to wait to see how that bar closes. Remember when
Yeah.
I said that? Well, the reason why I
Uh,
said that is because if this bar closes up, right? If this
mhm.
bar right here closes up, you're gonna have what?
What a ABC pattern to go up.
No, 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 no. Not on this chart you won't. But I'm just saying, what is this? If this bar finishes green, what is that bar? I've been talking about it the last couple
Oh,
of days.
it's a bearish bar with a bullish closing.
Right. It's a bearish bar with a bullish close. That's very, very significant on a larger time frame, right?
Mhm.
I'm not saying it's gonna go up there and blow past them highs because you don't know, but this is why I told you I'm not really trading unless it gets in or out of this zone, right?
Yeah.
Because I know when I say in and out of the zone, I'm not talking about it just breaks through or breaks up, breaks up through it or breaks down through it. I'm saying it breaks through it, test it, and then we get a trade. Because this area is holding, and this is where amateurs get in and they get sucked into the trade and not realize that they losing money for nothing. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, hey, it's not a trade. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, um, if in fact you do not do this or understand this, I'm not gonna say do this. If you don't understand this, this is where people get hurt, right? Um, and it's easy to get hurt when you don't understand, okay, well, what is this doing? And everybody might say this is an ABC pattern, but you always have to ask yourself why. Okay, if this is an ABC pattern, why would this trade work versus another trade? Well, it might work because this is nothing more than a higher low. So now that bar's finished, right? So that bar's finished now. So if I get a pullback on that 27,000, which actually I already did. So that's a that's a no I didn't. No I didn't. No I didn't. So never
Mhm.
mind. So you don't have the so now if this 27,000 comes down here and gives me a bearish bar with a bullish close, that's a trade you can take and be confident in. And that's the one I'll tell you to take. And we'll get into it, as long as it's not way below the support line. As long as it's above that line, then if we get a bearish bar with a bullish close on that 2700, because right now you'll have a bearish bar with a bullish close, and it'll be a bullish outside bar potentially. So if it breaks that high on that 2700, you can take this trade at
Uh,
one one contract only. If it breaks above 2375, so if it gets to 24, you can enter that trade fairly confidently. That is going to go to 40. Right. So we'll do is we'll wait. If it breaks this
I'm
high,
ready.
if it breaks that high, that line, you should be in it.
All right. I got
You
in
in?
at 23.50 and made it to 24. Yep.
All right, cool. So let's just watch it now.
I get to 40.
If it gets to 40, you're just gonna hit the exit button.
Uh, Wait, what the fuck?
What? And you can't curse on YouTube, by the
Oh,
way,
hold on. I think it was a sale. I'm sorry. I think I did a sale.
bruh.
What the
So you
fuck?
so if you don't know what's going on, flatten. Uh, that was a that trade's going to 40 too. So what we have to do is let's see where you are. Let's see where you are.
Okay. Okay.
And again, that's why I tell you don't enter one contract because so you made a mistake and got in on the wrong side.
On a short, yep. Dang. Well,
That's a, I mean,
it
yeah,
was
you
23.20.
that's fine. So what you have to do is you have to make sure that you're paying attention to what you're doing because you
Yeah.
went from being in a, I mean, that was a profitable trade and it did exactly what I told you I thought it would do because it got up as high as 37. You wouldn't have lost on the trade because I would have told you to bring the stop to break even plus a little bit. Um, but yeah, you have to be very careful. Um, yeah, so yeah, but we'll move on to the next. That was a winning trade because it went
Yeah.
literally 13 points in your favor. So you have to
Yeah,
be able
yeah.
to recognize what's what. Um, so now we just have to wait. I think honestly, um, yeah, that was a nice one too. So,
Yeah, it was.
um, I'm gonna be over here. I got to take care of some stuff on my side. So I'm gonna go on here on mute here for a minute. I'll be back shortly.
All right. that pullback on the 900 that happened a little after 1027, was that a legit setup?
All right, gentlemen, I'm back. Ronald asked me a question offline and asked me if there was a trade set up, and I told him offline that it was. So let me show you guys where that trade was. This was right here. These are all scalping trades, meaning that you're going to get in, get your few points, and get out of the trade. Um, we haven't had a setup long term where you can get in and start adding on to the trade. And I talk about the scaling in and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to express this to you so you'll understand this, right? And I want you to hear my conviction and my voice in this. You have to understand the skill of trading. You don't understand what skills it takes, can't be successful. And the reason why I'm saying that is because on a day like today, you cannot hold anything because it's going back and forth in a range. As you heard me say this morning, I said, unless it gets out of this range, I'm really not trading, right? Well, she's holding in a 40-point range. Now, can you make money in that range? Yes, but you have to get in and get out. This is a day to get in and get out of the trades, right? Because it's not trending. This is not a trending day. It trended overnight, meaning that it made a huge trend move overnight, right? As you can see right here, made a huge trend move overnight. And now it's consolidating at the top to potentially make another trend move to the upside from a longer term perspective. All I'm saying to you is when it comes to this process, you cannot trade in a vacuum. Professionals assume they're going to be wrong 100% of the time, or they hedge, one of the two, right? So, and they know they're going to be wrong on one of them. So that means the other one's going to work. That's why it's called a hedge fund, right? um, but you have to assume you're going to be wrong. Now, it just broke out of this top. It just broke out of this top here. Um, and this is based on the ABC pattern that I told you on the 8100 to go back up based on what the 24,000 was doing. So that's what you have. Okay. But you have to be able to recognize those things and then trade like that. Like this gave you another trade right here, which I didn't take and I wasn't going to take because it was near the top. And I mean, I could see where it could break up to the top side, but 48 would have been your entry. And you see it went to 64. But also you have to be able to mitigate the mistakes and minimize the mistakes. Um, because if you don't, right, what'll happen is you'll end up having a losing day when it should have been a winning day, or you'll be up a little when you should have been up a lot, or you end up taking a trade that you really shouldn't have taken, something like that. Um, and you have to be careful. Everybody makes mistakes, so mistakes are going to happen. You just have to minimize them as much as you possibly can. And then you have to recognize what you did, write down what you did, write down what you were feeling when you did what you did, so that you can have an idea of, okay, this is my focus today, right? I made this mistake yesterday, or I made this mistake last week, so I'm not going to make that mistake again. Then what happened is physiologically, what happened when you get into trading, you'll have an opportunity. Your body and your mind will start to attune to what is supposed to be done versus what is not supposed to be done. I am big on the trading process. One of my mentees has kind of browbeat me to the downside on, Will, you got to talk about the mental piece more so than anything, man, because the mental piece means everything, and it does, right? Uh, you have to have a certain kind of mentality. You have to have a level of what I call controlled aggression, right? You have to be able to know what you're doing and why you're doing it, and when that opportunity comes, act. And then when you make a mistake, you have to know you have to step back, breathe, come back and just go back because you know the process works, right? You know the process works because this right here is another trade there, right here. So, uh, that being said, that's all we're doing. Essentially, that's all we're doing. is we're waiting for our opportunities. There was a trade to take to the upside. The 48 got to 37, so we would have, scrapped the trade and made a little bit on the trade, but not necessarily a whole lot. But it gave us 3 or 4 more opportunities because trading the way that I trade, you're going to have plenty of opportunities throughout the day. You just have to take them when you have them. So, uh, that being said, we just have to wait on it now. She broke out to the upside. Now it's up about almost 200 points. I was thinking that it was up about 200 points here. And you can see this consolidation area. Then you gave you the ABC pattern that I showed you, and you see how she just took off, right? And that's it, right? We don't look for ABC patterns on this higher time frame on the NQ. We look for ABC patterns on the 300, and I haven't said much about the 300 today on purpose because I'm trying to show you how to be able to get into trades and maximize the trades that you're in based on what you're seeing, right? And based on a little bit larger time frame, so you're not every time you turn around, you got to trade because that can be stressful as well. That being said, I'm gonna be quiet and ask if there are any questions from anybody in the audience. We will be on all day today, meaning we'll go much longer than we did yesterday. Um, I've called one trade today that was a winner. Um, and that's it for right now. Are there any questions?
Not right now.
All right, cool. So we have to just wait. I mean, this was nice to the upside, but you didn't know it was going to break out. You knew it was ABC pattern, but we just wait and see. Just wait and see. And you see how she's coming back. That support and resistance lines are magnets because it's in a range. And all she's doing is doing what we call range expansion. She's expanding the range a little bit to sucker the other people in and then take it in the opposite direction, right? She got low here, sucked everybody in, choop, took it up to the upside. Now, I'm not saying she's going to fall here, but we have to wait and see. That's it. Just have to wait and see. Now, what I like to do is I'm not going to go any higher than 24,300, 24,300, but I do like to look at this chart every now and again just to have an idea of what we're dealing with. And right now, I think that's divergence. Now, let me tell you something. I could be completely wrong, but I got about if I was a betting man, I'd bet you top dollar that this is divergence. Let's see if I'm right. I'm going to put the indicators on and see if I'm right. I am right so far, right? This is what I mean by divergence. And I can tell you why I know that. Because I know I'm very, 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 very attuned with price and volume. When price moves a certain way, I can tell you what the indicator is doing because all indicators are based on price volatility or something of that nature. Every indicator out there is based on price to some degree, how fast it's moving, how slow it's moving, how much it's moved, where it's moved, all that kind of stuff. So once you understand that, then you really don't need indicators because you can tell what the indicators are doing without having to look at the indicators. Um, we haven't gotten that far along. That's going to take some time. Um, that's going to take some time, but I am going to be here to kind of show you that process. But right now, we have potential divergence if she doesn't continue up right here. She's going to have to continue up fairly nicely in order for this not to be divergence. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. are there. So if there are no more questions, I'll go on mute and we'll wait. Remember, I told you if it doesn't like move up a lot, this is going to be divergence to come right back down into that range. So pay attention to that, everybody. Pay attention to that.
So it broke out of that zone and it's giving you a pullback, but I think it may have it's gone up pretty high.
Yeah, what you want to see now is honestly, you want to see a pull back to the if you didn't take this long, this was a long-term trade. Just to, again,
Uh,
long-term, this was a long-term trade, everybody. Um, because you had an ABC pattern and an uptrend on the 8100. Let me show everybody
yeah.
what I'm talking about. Hide all studies so we can see what this. So you had this uptrend, right? And I like drawing this so you can see um, you had this uptrend on his 8100, right? And then you
Mhm.
had this is your ABC pattern, and then she took off to the upside. Nothing else you could have done about that except take
Mm.
this long-term trade. We, of course, we don't trade where we hold on to trades all day. I can do that, but I don't do that for uh right now because that's not where we are.
Yeah.
Uh, that we will get into that, but we have to build to that because you have to be able to understand. I'm trying to teach you, Ronald, the intricacies of how the market moves so that you understand now that once I get in these bigger, these longer term trades. Remember that trade I told you I
Hmm.
made all those points on earlier this year that I
Yeah.
was talking about yesterday? Well,
Yeah.
the reason being is because once you get into a trade like that, you'll be able to see and not get scared out of the trade because you'll know exactly what's going on. In order to do that, you have to build a foundation first of understanding why the market is moving the way it's moving and look at it on the small scale and then go to a little bit bigger scale, then go to a little bit bigger scale, then go to a little bit bigger scale to now you're not trading. We start on the small time frames. You're going to end up trading the much larger time frames when it's all said and done. Like Keith's on the 2700 now trading it almost exclusively, right? The reason why he can go there is because he can see what's going on in the bigger time frames and take those trades. He hasn't said much today because I'm assuming that he's stalking the market, kind of looking for his opportunities. Um, but the point is, in order to get there, you have to have the knowledge of the smaller time frames so that you don't get afraid of the bigger money, right? I tell people all the time, unless you know you have to, let me say it this way. I said this in an interview with Lee some time ago. Your mind has to grow with the money, right? You can't go from making whatever you make to making 10 times that amount in a day because your mind hasn't had time to assimilate to that amount of money, right? That's why, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. I'm going to give you the biggest piece of advice you will ever hear in your life as far as a life hack is concerned. Listen to me. The reason why a lot of people, not all people, but a lot of people that win the lottery who've never had that kind of money before go broke or broke several years, you know, later or a few years later, or those who were once millionaires or billionaires fall on hard times, get back to that particular way of life in a few years' time or however long it takes them, right? The reason why that happens is because of what I call the diverse effect. The person that won the lottery hasn't had time for their mind to grow with the money. So when you see a bunch of money, it's like, ooh, ooh, wee. It's like, I'll say this, unless you have been in a McLaren or ridden in a McLaren or a Bentley or Bugatti or, any of these high end exotic cars, getting into them for the first time, you have googly eyes. You're like, oh, wow, this is nice. I'm in a Bugatti and you want to tell everybody, ooh, I rode in this, all that, right? But somebody who's been driving it for 15 years, not gonna really think nothing about it. So somebody who's been drinking it for 15 years, who's been driving it for 15 years, not gonna think anything about it. So a person who's had time to be a millionaire over, it took them 3, 4 years to get there, and now they're a millionaire. If they ever go back to not being a millionaire again, they can get back to being a millionaire because their mind has had a time to grow with the money, right? Um, that's a big deal. So now we just have to wait. And no other way, there's no other way to put it. Now we just have to wait um, and seize the opportunities when we get them because now she's broken out of that 40-point range. Really nice, but you had an idea that it was going to break out of the range once. It gave you that C pattern on the ABC there. So neither here nor there. Just allow yourself to grow in increments with this. Was that another trade at 10:53? Don't tell me that was another trade at 10:53. It was. You see this right here?
Uh,
68, 61, 78. So we just
At
wait.
10:53.
Yeah, this right here, this was a legit trade right there, right here. This right here was
Um,
a legit trade to go to the upside. I just didn't. I was rambling. So I'm going to be quiet and search for trades now. Uh, so yeah, so we just wait. We just wait. You see, this is what I'm talking about. It got below it, but it got above it pretty good. So my thoughts are it's going to continue up. Uh, because you've had one, two, you want to have three bars to close above it. You're going to have three bars to close above it here, unless this bar comes crashing in. And if it comes crashing in, you got there's a whole other set of issues right there. So let's just watch and see. Let's just watch and see what happens here. I'll go back on mute. Ronald, if you say something to me, shoot me a text in case I'm not looking at the screen. Okay.
all right.
All right.
Down hard. Oh, we do have 11 o'clock news though.
gentlemen, as I come back, I want to let you know here, nothing you can do, right? Uh, I erased all the lines off the charts because she expanded, but I know where the zone is. And as you can see, it's just not, it came back into the zone. Now, do I think she's going to go up? I'm neutral. And let me tell you why. Because you have potential divergence and the market's not pushing here, right? So because the market's not pushing, eh, it's going to need to make a nice stand right here. Otherwise, you're going to have a whole conundrum of problems. I'm thinking because, and let me show you something. This is why I tell you, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. This is why I say to you, you need to understand really what's going on in the markets and not just trade in the vacuum. Because the way you make big money in the markets is understanding what the bigger time frames are doing. And let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. I've been talking about it for weeks now. This area of resistance is real. Let me show you why. If you notice, this area here is what I call no man's land. But here, she's gone up in this and she keeps hitting it. She keeps hitting it. She keeps hitting it. She's either going to break through with some serious velocity or not, right? And you don't know which one is going to be. But this is why she ran into that resistance. The reason why I'm making this so you can see exactly what it is. This area here, oh, there are some serious sellers right there. I mean that there are some serious sellers in that area right there. So that's not going to be a hard area to get. That's not going to be an easy area to get through. You just go over here and you look at. All right, so hold on. Um, I'm trying to highlight the area and I'm having a time here. If you look at this area right here, that area right there is real. Is real. So you have to take all of that, all of those things into consideration. Um, you take all those things into consideration when you're trading intraday to have an idea of which way this thing may be going. So I'm getting out of this daily so we can get back to our intraday charts. But I just wanted you to see that so that you know how I look at things. And this is what I teach the guys that I train how to look at it because that's the only way you're going to be profitable consistently is to stay on the side of the big money because you don't have enough money to be big money by yourself. So that's where we are, and that's where we'll stay right now. Um, Again, if there are any questions, please feel free. You can put them in the chat. Uh, and I'm looking to trying to see if I have anything in the chat. I don't think so though. Let me see. Yeah, I don't have anything in the chat. So okay, cool. Um, so that being said, we just wait, right? Ronald, does that make sense what I'm saying to you, young man?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So it's just a matter of everybody. We just have to, and when I say you have to be patient, I'm not even I'm just being as blunt as I possibly can. You have to be patient. You have to be and wait on what you want to see. I don't look to take 30 trades in a day. I can, right? Because we're not dealing with very large time frames. But I'm trying to take the setup that we can add to, and today is not an add to kind of day, unless you caught the larger time frame entries. The shorter time frame entries, you get in, get out a little bit, get in, get out a little bit because it's herky jerky on the smaller time frames. Uh, and with that said, I'll go on mute. Ronald, I don't want you to take this one here, but this is a trade everybody at 60 because I got on too late. Um, the entry was the entry was 58. 8 even. The stop is 47. Um, stop is 47. So that means that this trade would need to get to 47 to 58. It would need to get to 69. So we got to wait and see. Ronald, when I got on, man, I apologize. It moved pretty fast. And
That's
by the
all
time
right.
I came and clicked the button, it moved, it was at 60 already. Um,
Yeah,
so
and
we
that's a little right here. I know you erase your lines on the 8100, but it's like it's a little where that line is at that green line that's printed out now. It's in a zone. It's
yeah, it's you can tell it's in the zone for sure because it dropped back down pretty heavily, right? It
yeah.
dropped back down pretty heavily. And the thing is, if this thing is this would be a tough one. This would be a tough one. Uh,
It's like almost right in between 55 and 65 is a zone, right?
yeah, so that's why I said, it's good. It's good that I mean, the trade's winning. So is it a legit trade? Yes, it is a legit trade, but if it gets to 69, it's a winning trade. I mean, it's just everybody. This is and I'll draw it out for you so you can see it, right? I don't know if it's going to or not, but this here is a bearish bar turned bullish. And then here you have a higher low, and then you have a bullish bar on your larger time frame. So it has an opportunity to work here, right? Has an opportunity to work. At this point, I would not be losing on this trade, my because it's gotten halfway to where I needed to be. So this right here would be either a break even or it reaches my 1-to-1 target. To get again, today is not a day I'd be holding anything. So I would tell you to put your target, put your stop at break even, and plus pay for the commissions or let it run. One of the two. This would not be a losing trade for me. So we can see it's pushing to the upside. I've given it. It might push here though. If it gets to 69, it's a winning trade. If it doesn't get to 69, it's a break-even trade. So you see now, I'm definitely not going to lose on this trade because it went within a point of my entry, a point of my exit. Another winner,
Yep.
right? So that's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. We don't, and the reason why we get in on these small time frames and stuff like that is because I need you to understand that 9 point move, right, from 58 to 69. That's a $220 move. If you have 5 contracts, that's $1,000. There's no sense in putting that kind of pressure on yourself to be in a trade for 2 hours, um, unless you're doing institutional kind of stuff. If you're doing institutional kind of trading, then you want to be on a larger time frames where you just keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding. But in this particular case, we could have added onto this trade 3 times going up to our target um, of the 1-to-1, right? We could have added 3 times going up to our target of the 1-to-1, and it would have worked out just fine, right? You could have got in this one time, and it tried told you if it comes back down here again, I would be out. got in again, it paused again, I got in again and went to 1-to-1. Then now instead of your 1-to-1 being a 1-to-1, you probably make, you know, instead of 11 points, you probably make 28 points on that trade. And that's how you want to do that. That's I'm going to do the third part to the scaling class. Uh, and I'll do the third part of the scaling class this week. Um, and we'll see what happens. But right now, that trade worked. Um, I didn't get a chance to call it for Ronald because it happened. I mean, it happened really fast. So, but it did work. So that being said, let's just chill, and I'll be back shortly. Keith, did you get that long-term loan? If you're here, checking in, Keith. He must be trading or not at the computer right now. So we'll let him come back. Let him come back. That was a nice one to the upside, though. Nice one. That one right there. So we've called, I think, 3 trades, 2 winners and a break even. Um, one of them just happened really fast, so there's nothing you can do about that. So we'll just wait on the next one. Wait on the next one. All right, everybody. Trying to see if anybody has any questions and or comments because 3 trades called today. One I think would have been a break even, 2 winners for I have a total of like 19 points. So that's not, that's not bad. If you're trading one contract, you'd have been up $200. I mean, I'm sorry, almost $400 today. But and we picking and choosing our spots based on price flow, right? We're not going to be right every time. But we try to put the odds in our favor. We haven't added on to any trades today. Um, this would have been a good trade to add on, looking at it in hindsight. But during the moment, you don't see that that thing is. Let me show you because I drew this earlier, and I want everybody to see. I'll draw it again because I know exactly where the spots are. So all we have to do is do here and go rectangle here on the horizontal ray. What am I doing? Horizontal line. Okay, so then I drew the tight support and resistance, and that's not true. That's not where I moved. That's not where I had it. I had it here, and I had it here, right? And then she broke above it, closed 2 bars above that resistance, right? Which then gave me reason to believe that she may be going up. And then she literally, let me show you what I'm talking about here. She got down below it here, and then she gave you all that you wanted to have to the upside. It was not pretty, and it happened pretty fast. This is the one I called that I said Ronald didn't have an opportunity to get into. This one right here went 11 points in your favor. The other one went, I think, let me look at the trades that I called. I called this one. Um, Hold on, because I want to be able to see what I did here. I think I called this one over here. Right, I called that one, which is at 1036. Let me put this here. All right, call those 2, and then let me see here. Did I call 2 or call 3?
I think you just called 2.
You think I just called 2? Okay,
I think
cool. So
so.
my bad, my bad. You know what? I'm thinking about this one here. So this one, the short that we were looking at here, and I was like, I don't know if I want to take that here. I think it was this. Um, right here, the one that this is the one we're looking at, but I want to call that because I was like, because I wanted to get down and retest. So I see, yes, right. So it is two. It is two. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I've called two. One of them went for like 11 points. The other one went almost to our target, and I said I would have got out break even. So you'd have got out break even plus a little bit. So my apologies on that. My apologies on that. Um, and we just sit and wait. I mean, you wait on everything to line up, and when it does, you'll see. Like I don't like having these indicators on here when I'm trying to trade sometimes because I can tell you that's a trade to take right here, but it's okay because it's not a perfect setup. It's potential divergence. The divergence hasn't set in yet. So we just wait. And if you don't take your money quick, it comes right back to you. So I'm okay with that. It went from 82 to 72, but if you don't take that 72 quickly, it comes right back to your price, and it's in a string to the upside. So um, that being said, I feel pretty good about it. So here we are. Let's see what we get here. Will it continue to go down or will she go up? Somebody tell me.
At 65 is a support area, so maybe to
You
come back and bounce off of that.
wait a minute. I'm curious to know why do you say 6.5 is a support area? I I think that that's a pretty good potential area right there. But why do you say that? Because I don't have a line drawn there. I'm just curious to know why.
Well, I have a line drawn there already.
Was that from today or from previous time?
Previous time.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big deal. Because I can see how that could be the case. So we'll see. See what happens when she get to the 65 area. I got one drawn at like 58 from today.
Okay.
So you know where my line is now. So we just wait, man. We just wait. Mm, All right, there we go. 76, 86. Hmm, interesting. 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 So let's see what this thing does here. Okay, let's see what we have here. Let me see if I can see if they got an advanced decline. Okay, so now we gotta wait. Okay, so cool, so cool. So what you gotta do is that is bananas. 82, 93. Yeah, so we wait. wee. I don't see it. I don't see it. Their volume is waning to the downside. It is waning to the downside. So we need to be chilled. I'm sorry, waning to the upside. It's not as strong as it once was. Let's see what this thing does here. Preston, real hard work. I know. Okay. Oh man. All right. So I'm just sitting up here rambling in my brain. So I'm not going to do that in front of the crowd. I'll go back on mute. Y'all supposed to laugh. I thought that was funny. Ronald, we're going to take this trade short. Let's let it go up some. We will take this trade short, though. I'm not going to take it right there because that's too quick. Godly. I mean, it happened fast. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling this trade here at 50
Yeah.
with a stop of 56, and it dropped down to 40 in a heartbeat. It just it
Yeah.
it just is happening. If you're not here, like if you're not online and you're talking about it before it happens, a couple of minutes before, I'm like, we're gonna get ready and take this, and then it dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one moved kind of fast, but it's going to work. It is going to work. Um, but hopefully we get another opportunity here. Hopefully we get another opportunity. If we get a bullish, if we get a bullish bar with a bearish close, you'll take that trade. Mm, let's see what this thing does here. Didn't give you a bullish bar with a bearish close, did it?
Uh-uh.
Mother what? That last one worked for 10 points. Quick. When I say quick, I mean, yeah, that thing happened quick, quick.
Blink.
Yeah, this right here is yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, I see you.
Okay, that one to you on the 2700, huh?
Yeah, well, the thing is, it didn't give you a bullish bar. It gave you a bullish bar with a bearish close, but it didn't have a bullish bar before it. So
Ah,
it's just part of that, still part of that same move to the downside that it has originally. Oh my goodness, this thing and
falling apart.
yeah, and the thing is, I kind of told y'all I felt it was waning to the upside because that volume had gotten really, really slow, really, really slow. I'm gonna teach you a little something real quick. It's not something that it's just confirmation for stuff that you're seeing, right? So this is not something you do to add into your how we trade repertoire. It's just so you can understand. Okay, so if you look at these bars here, you got 1105, 1111, 1117, 1122, 1127, 1131, 1137. So you got about a 5.5 minute average on that chart, right?
Yeah.
Now watch this. Notice this goes still about the 5 minute average. But watch this. It's 1143 to 1148. Now watch this. 1148 to 1154. No, it didn't. It just seemed slow. It just seemed slow.
Mm-hmm.
1158,
The 4 to
1154.
1201.
It's about a 5 or 6 minute. It's about a 5 6 minute, but it
Yeah.
just seems slow at the top though. So
Yeah.
let's see what this thing. I had a feeling this thing was going to. Let's just see if it gives us the. We may have a nice one on this ABC pattern here. Let's just see if we do or don't. I don't know. because we may get a bullish bar with the bearish close on this 2700. Stay tuned for that. That one right there will be a nice one if we get it. If we get it. Got 935 contracts. Just need this thing to get to 29, 28, 27. I need to close at 26 or lower. Need to close below that white line so it can go red and be a bearish bar. If it does, you're going to take that trade on the break of that bar to the downside. Because I'm telling you now, she'll fall apart if she breaks. I'm telling you that now. Matter of fact, you can put 2 contracts on. If she turns red and then she breaks this low, you can put 2 contracts on. And
Which one
she's
were you
going
looking at? The 27?
26. Yeah, 27. So wait on her to come back down below
Need to break
24.
it low.
Yeah, break below 24.50. So she get to get to
And
24. You in it?
I entered it. I
What's your
entered
price?
20. It says 21.75. Tell me
Okay.
when.
Out.
All right.
I knew that you got a bad price too. So that's why the other reason why I told you out. So what you should have made about
Yeah.
12 points.
Uh, wasn't 12 because I got a bad price. It was
When I told you get out, it told you get out at +6. It should have been +6 points. And if you had 2 contracts, that's why. So tell me what you got, what price you got out at.
17.
So you made about 9 points. 8 and some change.
8 and some change. Yeah. 8 and some change.
8 and some change. That's fine. So you made what's your net P&L? You're down just a couple of dollars now.
660.
All right, yeah, ain't nothing you paying for commissions. That must, but you
Yeah.
see what I mean by if you're up on that trade,
Yeah.
if you make 11 points versus losing 11 points because of the mistake, right?
Yeah, we be
Then
good.
yeah, you be sitting up here looking like, oh, yeah, it's real
Yeah.
warm outside
Hey,
today. Yeah, yeah, you going outside and it's 20
uh-huh.
degrees with some shorts and a tank top on because you're feeling about yourself. You feeling good about
Yeah.
yourself.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's absolute human error. I couldn't do nothing but just bite the bullet on that one. That's that, that's me. I
No,
got
no,
I
man.
gotta own
No,
that.
no, it's not even no. And let me tell you, it's not even like that. I just want you to understand those those kind of things right there, right? You just started this literally, I think 48 days ago,
Yeah.
maybe 48 days ago, because you started in the middle of December, right?
It
Or the
well
end of
no.
the
End of
end.
November.
So
So
it's
it's about almost 2 months.
and so I mean, th- this is what I call you're gonna make those. Everybody's gonna make mistakes, right? But but then when you go back and look at it, like, like even on this one, you got a bad price because you
Yeah, I
get the
got it.
price you're supposed to get. We're looking at something completely different. So it's
Yeah.
okay. Golly, this thing gonna continue down. Ooh-wee. So yeah. So yeah. So yeah. And it went right to that line, right to the
Mm.
support area. So it's back in that zone. This zone should hold. I'm not saying it will. It should though. I should have just told you to enter on that. You see that pattern right here. If you get the arrow, get in that. but I had to wait on the
Hmm.
close, so it wouldn't have mattered. Ooh, that thing pushing down. This
Yeah,
thing had dropped 100 points almost. Are you
almost.
serious?
Oh yeah.
Nothing. It just it's dropping. That's all. It's just dropping. Huh? No, not no news at 12 o'clock that I know of.
Uh-uh. Nah, the last bit of news was at 11:30.
That thing drop. But you see what I mean by if you take these trades, it is almost a no-brainer, right? What I call a bullish ball with a bearish close,
Yeah,
and you have everything lined up. It works, and it works even bigger on the bigger time frames. I just told you to get out because you had a bad price, and I figured
bad
you
part.
would have made about 10 points on the trade. This thing right here just
Yeah,
kept going, but it's all right. It's all right. 38. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. So we just wait on it. We just wait on
the
it.
one that happened on the 900 and that one gave you, that was at 12:10 as well. That one gave you a few times to enter.
Yeah,
If I'm
you
not
could have entered a few
mistaken.
times. The only thing about it is, well, we had gotten out, so we could have got back into that trade. We could have got, but I wasn't looking. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I was not looking at that particular one. We'll get another one for the day's over with. This is
Yeah.
what we do. We just wait on everything. Again, ladies and gentlemen, just wait on everything you want to see. We've called now for sure three trades, one break even, two winners for plus about 20 points. So the same thing I said before, I literally spoke that into existence. So so yeah, three trades, one break even, two winners, 20 points. And we just keep doing it, just keep working, just keep working. So the time on this trade is 12. Let me highlight it. All right. Two rectangles so I can tell everybody what time the trades happened at. That's 12:07 today. Nice little old giddy up right there. Nice little one. So wait on the next one. Wait on the next one. So yeah. So everybody, I'll go on mute here for a second. We're here all day today, so just stay tuned. ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you something that I don't say often because it doesn't happen often. The fact that that resistance keeps holding on this daily chart right here, I'm going to show it to you so you can see now. The fact that this resistance keeps holding right there says that when this thing gets a move to the downside or the upside, right? So the downside first, it gets a move to the downside first, it's going to be huge. If it gets a move to the upside, it's going to be huge. Because this thing is consolidating, and not it's not literally done anything really. It went down at the beginning of the year, right? And then it went up at the beginning. It went up now the last week or two, right? The last week. So it went up. Then the last week and a half is gone. I mean, it went down. Excuse me. I said it went up. It went down, and then the next week it went up, and this resistance area keeps holding right here. Right? You got to pay attention to that. You got to pay attention to that. Uh, I'm not saying she won't break through. I'm just saying she's having a hard time. Once it's done consolidating, and this is why I told everybody at the beginning of the year, if it's me, I am not holding anything long term right now. I'm sitting on the sidelines waiting intraday. I'm trading intraday, but I'm not holding anything long term from a retirement account kind of thing. That's just me. I'm on the sidelines and I'm waiting and I'm trying to see what's going on. I've made money in the market to the upside and downside. Um, so I've done that part. Now, this is the part that you have to be aware of and you have to know. Um, when the market does something like this, there's something afoot because she won't break through. She's tried on one, two, three occasions. That's three, really. This is the fourth time. So it's tough, right? So you got to be very careful. You have to be very careful uh, about this. And we have to just see if she's going to go up or down. And we don't know. Let's check the volume on the daily chart to see how she's looking, right? Let's check the volume. Let's add volume to our studies here, right? And then see what it's looking like, right? So if you look at the volume on the daily, right, you can see that yesterday's volume was down volume, but it was on lower volume than the previous days, but it's still higher than the average of these days, I'm sure, right? Because you have these two higher days here, and I think it's higher than, let's see here, one. Okay, cool. I see it now. So you have one, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. So you have 5 days with lower volume. You have 2 days with higher volume than this volume here. So what I'm looking to see is if when this thing starts to come down or go up, what this volume on today looks like. If it's up, then does it mean it's up on lower volume? That's a divergence, right? Because it's an up day on low volume, which means that essentially you have a situation where the market's not doing what it's supposed to do, right? It's going up, but it's not going up with any velocity, or it's not going up with higher volume than the previous day. We have to just kind of wait and see how this kind of plays itself out. But anyway, so that's something that I'm watching very closely. And then on the intraday charts, we're just looking to capitalize and get in. And Ronald is literally, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, Ronald is literally learning to trade right now. Right? This is he's out of training. Now he's actually trading on his own. and taking trades on his own, calling trades on his own because he's trying to learn how to do it himself. This is actually a process that we kind of go through in what we do. I spend a lot of time uh, in training and showing and demonstrating. And so I spend a lot of time doing that so that the person who comes out of, they understand we build skills here. There's nothing wrong with having AI as a, again, as a aid. There's nothing wrong with having an algorithm as an aid, but I believe that it is absolutely crucial to the soul that you learn the skill of trading. So that if the AI doesn't work, or if the AI, if there's a glitch, you know exactly what to do because you know how to trade. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having the use of algorithms, artificial intelligence, and bots doing things for you. But you have to monitor those things to make sure that everything's intact. And you also have to pay attention to what's going on into the market so that you don't get caught in a situation where you have a trend trading system and it's a flat day. You're going to lose. Right? I'm just telling you that now. If you have a trend trading system, you're going to lose. If you have a system that trades the edges and you're just going for a little bit and it trends, you're going to make a little money, but you're not going to make big money. So you're going to have to know when, in my opinion, to trade and add, and when to trade just for scalps, when to trade and be aggressive, when to trade and be conservative. Those things are skills that you develop over time with screen time and with understanding market dynamics, right? So that said, I'm gonna ask if there are any questions. Are there any
No,
questions?
not right.
All right. Ronald, I didn't lie on you, did I?
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
So, and I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is just what we do because I'm trying to teach what to see live in the market. It's not after the fact, not, and that's why I get on live. So if anybody wants to get on and see how the training goes through, you can see exactly what we're looking for and why we're looking for things the way we're looking for them, and that kind of thing. So that being said, that's it. That is it for right now. I'll go back on mute. I'll just chime in every now and again to let you guys know that you know what we have going on. I'm going to get some elevated music, but I don't like the fact that elevated music playing in the background. Uh, I'd rather you have something of substance. But right now, we'll figure that out. We'll find out what everybody likes. So I've heard somebody say they rather hear just silence, and then I've heard several people say they like the teachings and what I do when it's silent. So I'm trying to debate on which one I'm going to actually go to long term. But anyway, that being said, I'm going to go on mute now.
Uh, saw it earlier on the 900 chart at 1233. That went about 10 points. Yeah, I think that was I believe that was a legit trade.
Sitting up here running off at the mouth, Ronald. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Man, yeah, man, I was sitting up here. I was just talking, boy. So I was like, he ain't gonna answer me. So check this out. Will you have about 15 minutes after the session today?
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to give me about 15 minutes. I'm gonna show you something that I is gonna make it a much simpler for you to be
Okay.
able to
Cool.
understand and see on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, that right there is going to be one. Let's see here. It's kind of trend to the market though. But here it goes. Bam, high low. That's a long bearish bar with a bullish close. There she goes. 19 and a quarter is your entry. 6 and a quarter is your stop. That's 13 points. I wouldn't even be taking that trade long. And watch it work. It has to go to it has to get 13 points in your favor. So it needs to go to 31. It needs to go to 31, 32 in order to be a successful trade. And you asking for a lot, but will it get there? It has to get right about there in order for that to be a successful trade. So that's a dangerous trade right there because that's trend within the counter trend trade there. Ooh, that's dangerous. Did it work? Yeah, a little bit. But again, it's got to get to 32. It got to 27. Yeah, that's the one you don't play with too much. So yeah. So we just sit here and wait. Sit here and wait. Is he trying to get there to your? Is trying to get there, huh? So Ronald, let's talk about something. All right. There was something in the
Yeah.
book about how to start a day trading business with $500. Do you remember that when Quentin was playing that?
Well, and you said what now?
Well, you remember when Quentin was playing that book, playing that audio book called How to Start a Day Trading Business with $500? Do you
Yeah.
remember that? So do you remember when
Uh
he
huh.
said you got to learn on $500 and the object of the game is not to make money on $500, but learn how to trade with the $500? You
Yeah.
remember that? Well, that's what part of this process is. I didn't say that, but I know that. You know what I mean? I never say,
Uh
well,
huh.
we're going to take a little money and that's how we're going to learn how to trade because you're going to be, you're going to make $5, you're going to lose $10, you're going to make $20, you're going to lose $3. I mean, it's small money, right? But you
Yeah.
learn how to trade on small money. This is what we do. And this is why people are successful when I train them and they do what I tell them to do. If you learn how to trade on little money and then figure it out and then have what I call that aha moment, like, aha, I figured this out. Now you can move with some veracity and turn that little money into big money. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Uh
Today is the day you're gonna have your aha moment. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
huh.
And the reason why I can guarantee it is because you see what you're supposed to see right now. When I show you what I'm going to show you in our private session, you're going to be like, "Are you serious? Really?
mm.
Really? That's what we doing? That's how we doing, cuz? That's how we doing now, Will? We, look here, fam. Look here, my dog. Look, man. Look here. You could have showed me that to begin with. Then I would say, then I'm gonna say to that. If I had shown you that to begin with, you wouldn't have saw it because you
Mm.
got to be able. It's kind of like this. You ever heard somebody be a backseat driver
Yeah. Oh yeah.
and, and they tell you what you should and shouldn't do,
Yeah.
and then they get over there in the driver's side, and then they do that same thing, and then
Mhm.
they have those aha moments like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
Yeah. Backseat driver.
yeah, so what happens is I teach you how to drive from you being on the passenger side first. That was the first month. The second month
Yeah.
is you come over here and drive yourself, right? You come over here,
Yeah.
now you saw what I do, now you do it, right? And then now that you're over there driving, now I'm gonna say, now you remember when you was like, well, why didn't you do X, Y, and Z? Because you're gonna say it, you right, you'll be like, hey, why you didn't do this? Why you didn't do that? Because you're trying to figure it out, right? Or
Yeah.
why did you do it this way? Why did you do it that way? So now you see why sometimes stuff happens the way it does. So we
Yeah.
just chill. And now we able to, yeah, man. You just wait till I show it to you. You ain't got to, I'll say it in no uncertain terms. Bump what I tell you. I can tell you anything. Just watch what's about to happen. But the day you gonna have your aha moment, like, are you serious? Are you serious? That's what we're doing now. Okay. Okay, I get
Yeah.
it now. So right here, this is a tough trade to take, so I wouldn't tell you to take it. Cause but it did get down below this line and it's hovering. And this is the thing I always tell people when you get to a support or resistance line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bars in a row and hit that price.
Yeah.
That's what you call equilibrium. When you get a price hitting a point several times, that's what you call equilibrium. I'm sitting here telling you in no uncertain terms that if this thing does not break to the upside, it's going to fall down catalytically. Now, how do I know that? Let me show you something. 24,300 volume, right? 24,300 volume, 24,300. What you have is price now testing this area. You see what that C was from earlier this morning? See the C
Yeah.
point. That's the
Yeah.
low point right there. Price is coming back down to test that area right there.
Yeah.
If she gets below that 16,986 area, if she gets below 16,986 and closes, everybody who got long here gonna be out. Everybody. They're gonna clear the book, and the next thing you know, you're gonna start to have some Armageddon to the downside. Now, this is the thing. If this area holds, right? Because you've heard me talk about the support and resistance a million times, right? So
Right.
if this area holds, I'm gonna show you something now. So because I don't want to make nothing up on the fly. I want people to see it for themselves. I just said this low, right? You saw me talk about the low where the C is, right?
Uh-huh.
I just put the line where the low is. If you look straight across on the bottom horizontal line, price gonna hit that area 10 million times. You gotta believe that I say, look at it.
Yeah.
Just look at that bottom line and look how price has hit this area here, all up in here, all up in here, all up in here, all up in here. It keep hitting it, right? And
Yeah.
if I scroll the chart to the back some, right? That's all through December of last year, a month ago. If I scroll the charts backwards, that horizontal line is going to prove true even before December. That's December right there. Look at the bottom horizontal line. Oh, she disappeared because she didn't get that high. Let's see if she come back to me though. She's down big. Okay, so I can't go back that far. Okay, so I can't go back that far. But my point is, this area is an area of contention right here, right? So I
Yeah.
can't go back that far. I was trying to go back to what on the daily a couple of years ago, yeah, a couple of years ago, uh, where price had made his all-time highs. I was trying to go back there because that's that same area. This is that same area, right? So The Bulls and Bears struggle up in here, and that's why I'm not calling it. But I'll show you something. It doesn't matter what's what. All you have to do is go to
Woo!
ooh what
Oh.
I can't see. I can't see. You tell me something,
Nah,
coach.
it's dropping, but it that on the 900, it gave you a little something, but it ain't really. It's going back up now.
Yeah, see, I told you, see, she's this area is a magnet area. Um
Oh yeah,
and she's trying to give you something, but she's trying to give you something. Let's see if she does. Let's see if she does. And see, this is what I'm talking about. People get, and this is the sneaky part about trading that people don't pay attention to. This right here is this bar right here on this 8100
hmm
is a lower low. Then you have a higher low, and then you have another higher low right here. So for whatever reason, is is not going down. She's trying to go up. If she continues to surge, I think she's going to come down overall. But me thinking she's going to come down, her actually coming down, two different things, right? Uh, and that's why I say trade what you see, not what you think.
yeah.
And then if what you think actually comes into fruition, okay, now we talk about something. But it is of my opinion that this thing is probably going to go down, but this is a support area. So if she doesn't get below this line, she's not going down. And the reason that you'll know for a fact she's not going down is because this is a strong support area right here. Strong. So she's gonna have to get the, I mean, if it's gonna go down, it's gonna have to get to moving. Because the longer it takes, the more likely it's going up. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
But right now,
Oh.
we don't have anything, so there's nothing to do there. Um, what you need to do is watch this area here at 06 and a quarter. This is just tidbit of information here, right? So I'm gonna teach you something here, right? When you have price break below a low, like it did, and then it closes above that low,
hmm
like so, right? Because price closed above it, right? So now, if
Right.
price, what I'm looking for is if price, ooh wee. Okay, hold on a second. Let me put this here. Okay, so this is interesting. So now if price goes down here and doesn't get below these lows, oh wee.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Here she go. I told you she would have to do it with some volume. She just pushed down with some volume right there. She just pushed down with some volume. So uh
It's around that 86 area.
yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, now they got to do something here. They've got to do something here. They've got to do something here, boss. Um so let's see what happens here. This is interesting to me. This is interesting to me. So we wait. It didn't give us what we wanted to see on our on our charts, it didn't give us the bars we wanted to see, how we wanted to see them. It gave it to you here. Right down to 300, but we're not trading at 300. Now,
Yeah.
it's about to give it to you right here. Now, let me tell you why you don't want to take this trade. All right. So let me see if I can explain this to you. Let's say this bar turns red this morning right now.
Mhm.
If it turns red, if it's a bearish bar, right?
Right.
Well, it's not. See, it's bouncing off the support, so it don't matter. So it doesn't matter. So now we have the same situation, right? And this is all I do ever, man. All I do ever, and I tell people I have a very this is all I know how to do because I had to for all of you people out there in YouTube land, I had to learn how to do all of this by hand. I used to draw charts by hand. Uh, and that's a big deal, right? Drawing charts by hand is a big deal. So now, right? I'm looking for price to fail this part right here. This is what I'm looking for. So you will know. If price fails here, fails to break below this low, right here. If price doesn't get
Mhm.
below this low, but instead, especially it only having 400 bars left, because I doubt very seriously she's going to just shoot to the highs. If she doesn't break below that bar there, and I know for a fact that she closed above this bar here, right? See, I don't want to take this trade short because I'm going into that support area. It might work, but I don't want to take that trade there.
Yeah.
I don't want to take that trade going into support. It might work, right? It might just push straight on through, which is obviously is doing, right? So this is a trade based on what I told you you should be doing because you have a bullish bar with a bearish close, right?
Mhm.
And did it work? Yes, worked for a lot of points. But I was looking forward to bounce up off of that support. I honestly thought the support was going to hold. So now we know she's going down because she's closed below it. That's why he's moving down a lot here. Because those
Yeah.
everybody who was long, they trying to get up out their position right now, Jack. They running for
Yeah.
the hills. And you know that, right? And they had their stop somewhere in here. That's why this thing is it's gonna drop probably another 15 to 50 points. Another 15 to 50 points. And if it doesn't drop another 15 to 50 points, then she pushed all the stops out. She pushed all those stops out so she can get in her positions. This is how professionals manipulate you, okay? Because if it stops and turns up right here, they just pulled out all the weak loans, took all their contracts, right? And gonna take it back to the upside. You don't know for sure. I'm just telling you how I read the market and then try to forecast what I might see happen, right? Based on what's going on in the market. Is it a straight down trend? Yes. The overall market for the day is up though, right? Still up over, is it over 100 points still or no? Still up over 100 points for the day, right? She's gotten through this area, but will this area hold? Because this is a zone. This is not an absolute. This is just where you wait and see what the market is going to do right here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You don't get into a position like this and just assume, okay, cool, she broke through that line, it's gonna go straight down. Well, no, hold your horses. Hold. We don't know that for an absolute fact. It could happen. You'll know it for what? Okay. We'll know it for a fact. Same thing that happened over here. I told you when she got above this resistance and then came back and test and then gave you a signal above, gave you an entry above this price, you know for a fact she was going up. That's why I call that trade to the upside. on that particular call.
Mm-hmm.
And here she, like I said, she could drop 15 to 50 points here
Yeah.
and still be long. Uh, so you have to be careful of that. And this is why I say that, right? I'm just telling you, 204, 300. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't have told you to take that trade at that support area. I'm just telling you that now. I wouldn't have told you to take that trade because you had to make an assumption. Now, this is why I say what I say, young sir. This right here, I'm going to erase all my lines again, right? I'm going to say erase all my, I'm going to go ahead and erase all my lines, all my non-text drawings. Am I sure? Yes. Then I'm going to go here and I'm going to say hide all studies, right? If you notice, this is an ABC pattern. This is an inside bar ABC pattern. So this is A, B, C to go all the way back up. You see them coming from? That's why I say
Yeah.
don't get enamored by the shorts just yet. Because it's still a long, it's still technically a long for today. Because
Mm-hmm.
this is an inside bar ABC pattern.
And where'd you start that line at? From that red bar that made that higher high, and then you went
Yeah,
down.
so yeah, I'm gonna draw everything for you again, right? So I like doing it so that you can see it over and over again, right? Same thing over and over again. Inside bar. All right. I don't like the way I got that drawn, but I'll draw it like this, because it's the same thing. You got to always know where you're going and why, right? This is a little, this is an inside bar ABC pattern right here. So you see it's the same drawing every time, right? It's the same
Yeah.
drawing every time. So you don't, once you understand that part of it, then you'll know exactly what you're really dealing with. I'm gonna go ahead and put everything back the way it's supposed to be. Full disclosure, everyone, there was a trade I did not call for Mr. Jones today because recently, and I'm gonna show it to you, and I'm gonna tell you why I didn't call the trade for him. Just give me 1 second here. Everything was lined up and to go down, right? Right here. And it gave you the trade right here. So you had an entry at 86, stop at 96, right? And she dropped to 72. So you might be like, Will, why didn't you just enter the trade? Because it literally was at a support level, at a major support level. The reason why we know it was at a major support level is because the entry happened at our bottom support line that we drew a little while ago. And let me show you what I'm talking about. The horizontal line we drew was right here. If you notice, she played and toyed in that area and then gave us our entry right on that line. We don't really want to trade that. That's not really what we want to do. Um, it's a missed opportunity because the trade worked. Yes, but it's also um, us being disciplined and safe trading our approach. We don't trade at support or resistance unless it's a retest of support and resistance. And we haven't had that retest yet. So that's why we wait. You just wait though, Mr. Jones. You're going to be totally like, what the what? Today, guaranteed.
Mm.
And when we get on tomorrow, I need you to say, oh, he was playing that wasn't really a what the what moment for me. I mean, whatever. Call me
Hmm.
out on it. Call me out on it because I'm guaranteeing it right now. And I usually will tell you if you hear me use the word guarantee, I know something that most people don't because I don't
Yeah.
game.
Oh, I
Huh?
said, like yesterday, you said put on 10 contracts. I was like, uh-oh.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did. It did. When you said that, I said, "Oh yeah, this is it right here."
Yeah, I'm not going. I'm not going. I don't filibuster. It's the word I like to use. I don't filibuster. I'm going to if it's real, I know it's real, right?
Oh yeah,
And that's why I want everybody to see it happen all day today, not just for a few hours, all day today, because
yeah.
um I can't make this stuff up.
Oh yeah. I think it.
You think it's going down?
I think so.
Nah, it could. It could. It could very well be going down. It very well could be going down. But we wait and see though. We wait and we see if this is going to be an ABC. And this is what I mean by knowing exactly why you're trading, right? This is why I say the stuff that I say, right? I'm not saying this won't be a trade. I'm just saying that if you take the trade, you have to realize, and I didn't want to put you in that situation because again, when you're trading from a position of being down versus a position of strength and you're up, you can't take as much risk, right?
Yeah.
Because if we take that trade and it don't work, the first thing that I'm gonna say to myself is, "Will, you said you don't trade on support and you did it anyway, and it now you're down more. Now
Yeah.
I'm down here throwing chairs off the balcony and sitting up here running around the condo, hitting the walls and the concrete and the, you know what I mean? Yeah. So now I'm mad. So you know what I mean. So I try to my best to follow my rules because I tend to be fairly destructive when I don't.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put that. Um, and that's what we got here. It's fairly slow now. So now she's paused. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you this tidbit as well today. In order to be a successful trader, I talk about the fact that you have to have money management and risk management rules, and you have to have a trading plan with an edge. I talk about that all the time. Let me tell you something else that you have to have that's not seen, that you can't quantify. You have to have ironclad discipline. I'll say it again. Not only do you need to have effective risk and money management, along with a trading plan that has an edge, the unforeseen thing that you need to have is ironclad discipline. What does ironclad discipline mean? Ironclad discipline means simply this: you trade your rules and your setup and your way, no matter what the market is doing. You do what you know has an edge. and you're not affected by the erratic movement or lack thereof of the market that you're trading. When you get to that point, and when you're unmoved by a trade moving 200 points and you didn't get a chance to get in because your setup didn't allow for it, or you got into a trade and you took your setup and it just didn't work at that particular time, and you still do what you're supposed to do when you're not affected by anything else, at that point and that point only, you will have ironclad discipline. People don't make it in this game not because they don't know how to trade, not because they're not smart, not because they can't do it. People don't make it in this game because they don't have ironclad discipline. That is the only reason people don't make it in this game. Because if you do this long enough, you will learn what works and doesn't work. And then you can develop you a plan that has an edge based on what you already know. The ability to trade what you know is extremely hard. Most people just want a system that tells them, hey, buy, hey, sell. No, no, no. That's not skill. Skill is your ability to do it on your own without the aid of a robot, an AI, or an algorithm. Those things are good, again, to have, but they are not good to rely on. On that note, I'll be quiet. Any questions? Any questions?
No questions. I think it just gave us one on the 900. Oh yeah, that was one, and it's working.
Let's see what you're talking about, that young buck. Oh yeah, it did. It did. It gave you. What you know about that bullish ball with the bearish close?
Uh-huh.
You said, uh-huh.
Oh, that was working.
You seen it, man. You just wait. You just wait till the lesson today. You wait till our private session today. Yeah. Get ready. You ever seen Back to the Future?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You seen Back to the Future? I mean, I don't know. You know, you're a young buck, so you might not know about that movie. But have you ever seen? So I'm gonna do some Back to the Future kind of stuff with you. You gonna be in that car, that Toyota Supra.
Yeah.
You know, I'm finna make your wig split back. You finna be like, what the what? Yeah. I'm I'm a, I'm a, I'm I'm gonna learn you something today, young man. I'm gonna
All
learn
right.
you something today.
Here
It's gonna
for
make
it.
you be like, what? Watch this. I'll give you a hint. Remember the other day when we had our private session and I said, hey, I'm gonna tell you all the trades we got. And we went through the exercise and I told you how much it would have made each trade.
Yeah.
This should be in your notebook, or it might not be. I don't remember if it's in your notebook. But
Yeah.
you tell the people how many trades I said you had and how many losers and winners you had. Please do, because I want you to do that for me.
Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, because I know I wrote I wrote it down. Let's see here.
Hmm?
Back somewhere. Oh, here you go. So we had. So that was so out of 16 trades. One, two. So out of 16 trades, there was three losers and one break even.
Hmm. Well, watch this. I'm gonna show you how to see it for yourself today. You don't have to worry about it no more. You see it for yourself. Forget me. Now I'm gonna give it to you so you can do it yourself, and you'll be like, "Oh, okay, okay."
Yeah.
Because when you come to the office from now on, I'm not gonna tell you anything after the day. I'm gonna sit here with you, but I'm gonna let you do it on your own. Because I'm telling you, you're gonna be like, "That's it." Yep, that's it. That's it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. I sure am. So Nobody said anything in the on YouTube today that I've seen. Let me make sure that I don't have any questions. Let me make sure. Oh, Quentin said, Quentin said, this like deep sea fishing, waiting for the big one. I'm gonna give it to you today, young man. I'm gonna give it to you, and you're gonna be like, what? Yeah. Let me see what this did. 958 and a quarter. 942. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is what I mean by this is tough. Okay. Yep. 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 Wow. 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 Hmm. When you find out the why, you're gonna be amazed. Hmm. Yep. 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 It's just floundering here at the bottom. See, that's you see. Do you see that one potentially, Ronald? Not quite, but yeah, 62. Stop at
Yeah,
55. That mean they had to get to 67. So it went 1-to-1 on that one. Definitely want to be out of that thing. Got to get 1-to-1 on that.
what you was saying for what to go long?
Yeah, that you see the bearish ball with the bullish close
Yeah.
right here, and you got divergence on the 2700, and it's trying to go back up and test that resistance right there at that green line. So you
And you
know
talk you
that's what
talk
it's, huh?
you talking about that one at 129?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's close, but you have some stuff in your favor, which is the reason why it's working. You see, it's working. I didn't call it live, so but
It
I
would have been
just saw it, huh?
wouldn't that have been counter trend to the
It would have
8100?
been, but it would have been counter trend, and it was divergence. You see, I see the divergence here on that 81. I mean, on the 2700. You want me to
On the
draw it for you?
27th.
Yeah, I see the divergence right here. So I'm like, I see you. You see that?
Yeah.
When you start seeing all of that stuff, man, putting it all together, it's a over and done with rap.
Yeah. And see, I would have been if I was looking. I would have been looking for divergence on the 8100. I would have missed that. But I got it now, though. I got you now.
Yeah, it's just a matter of seeing it. I mean, it's just a matter of seeing it. That right there is a nice trade. That worked fairly nice. But this thing, it happens all day, every day. All day, every day. That's why I'm I used to worry about others. Um, but I'm not worried anymore because now I can teach. It used to be hard for me to and this is for everybody in YouTube land. I'm a trader, right? I'm not a teacher. I'm not a I'm not a course writer. I'm not a hey, I'm a guy that look, I'm literally saying, watch what I do and do exactly what I do. And let me show you why I did what I did so you can see it too. That's who I am. I'm a guy that shows you real life applicable knowledge for the markets. I am not my expertise is in trading. My expertise is in showing you how to trade. My expertise is showing you how to be profitable. But in order for that to happen, you have to bring one thing to the table. If you bring one thing to the table, I'll add the rest. You ready? Ironclad discipline. Period. So anyway, that's that. This thing working. You see that? You see, and see, let me show you. I told you about the trends, right?
Yeah.
Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. This was an ABC pattern that didn't work. So when that ABC pattern didn't work, meaning when it broke this high right here, that thing was taken off to the races, Jack.
Hmm.
When a setup doesn't work in a particular direction, it is going to work in the other direction. I used to tell people this: you need to take a system, and every time that system failed, do the opposite. I promise you, it'll work.
Yeah.
But that's hard for people to do. That's hard for people to do, right? Because if that doesn't work, that means it's going to work in the opposite direction. It's just the way it works, right? Now, if this thing starts tumbling down here, I'm going to be very interested in these shorts because you see how she went up and tested the resistance now. So now
Yeah.
that resistance, now that support is now resistance. It broke through the support. Now let's see if she comes back down. I'm going to be very interested. If she doesn't, then here it is. I'll show it to you again. People won't get this unless I'm teaching and showing you. Remember when I said that this is a potential ABC pattern right here? Remember I said that.
Yeah.
This is a very, 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 very intriguing trade because if it comes down, it's going to fall apart. But if she closes above here in the next 9,000 contracts, and let's just see which one had more volume. Let's just look at it for a second, right? Let's just look at it. Look at the times and everything. Hold on. So 12, 13. 12:30, 12:52. That's a long time. 12:30 to 12:52 is 22 minutes. 12:52 to 107, that's not that much time. So that means that was a that was a lot of volume come in right there to this downside because it only took 15 minutes versus this one taking 22 minutes. So I'm like, okay, sheesh. So that was a lot more volume on this bar. Now this bar is forming. We're going to see how long this bar takes from 12. That's what was 25 to 7. Is that right? 107. So that's 3 plus 15 is 18. So that's 18 minutes. So we're going to see this one started at 125 and it's 138. So it looks like she's trying to go back up there, Watson. And we have to be ready to play either way. You see how she came down and tested that resistance, that support, and that support held. This is the kind of
Yeah,
stuff you got to pay attention to. That support held longer term because you see how this thing is shot back up to the upside. It
yep,
literally shot back up to the upside. So it caught people. Ooh,
yeah, almost 50 points.
you saw almost 50 points.
Yeah, it went up almost 50.
And it went up 50 because the low was 43, 41.
Was
The
oh, it
low was
was.
41. It's at 03, 60
Oh,
points.
I didn't realize it was 41.
Yeah, yeah. It's up 60 points. And again, it's just I should be done. I should be done with this. This is tough. That thing went up, buddy. It went up. So we just wait. We just wait. We just wait. Any questions from anybody? Any questions from anybody?
No,
We gonna get
so
huh?
well. Oh, never mind, never mind. Okay, yeah, because you said right there at that it was like 42, 42.50, where that was a bearish bar with a bullish closing. But you said it was. I think you said it was divergence on 2,700. That's why he said that would have been a trade. Then he gave you another. The one I was the reason why I said 54 or 55 was because of the pullback at 129 on the 900. But that would have just been yeah, that would have been a second chance to enter.
Ooh, that thing is boy.
Wow.
You didn't say wow, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't say wow, did you? Boy, that's funny to me because I understand it. Like, man, really? Really? Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 That's tough. We. That's tough right there, boss. That is tough. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. She has, again, this is a strong ABC pattern right here. Strong. Strong, strong, strong ABC pattern there. Yep. Strong. Strong, strong, strong. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. So we just chill. Larry from New York? Yeah. What about it? Is that what he said his name was? Are you kidding me? That's tough. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just sitting here waiting now. Just sitting here waiting. Just sitting here waiting. Looking for a bearish bar with a bullish close. Will you get it? Is the question. That is the question. Inside bar. Nothing to do here. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. So we didn't have any trades to the upside unless you took the trade here, right? Unless you took the trade here, you didn't have anything to the upside. So it wasn't anything to do. Couldn't have done anything there, so we just chill. Take a chill pill. We should get one more. We should get one more opportunity. The 2 o'clock hour. I will go on break here for a minute. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Well, if you need
All
something,
right.
just send me or shoot me a text. All right.
All right, no problem.
That's not what I meant to do. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a day for the ages because we have gone up, down, and sideways today. Um, don't be alarmed by this trade here, right? Don't be alarmed because again, it was nothing more than an ABC pattern on your bigger time frame. I told y'all that before. And I said, hey, you got an ABC pattern forming in this uptrend. And I'll show it to you. This is the ABC pattern that I told you was forming on the much larger time frame. And this is exactly what happened. I mean, like literally exactly what happened. So, um, that being said, you know, we have to wait and see if this thing's going to catch, if this is going to fuel the upside move, or this is really just cheap gasoline and we're going to be out of it here in a minute. So we'll find out. We're going to find out. And when I say a move, I'm talking about long term, it breaking through the highs and all that kind of stuff. Um, we've been playing around at the top for a while. When I say a while, I mean a couple of months here. So we haven't broken through. So we've got to wait and see. Ronald Jones, do you have anything for me?
No, I've been watching it. It's been a choppy move to the upside for the most part. But
Yep, that's exactly right. It was choppy. It gave you it gave you three signals. One of them stopped you out. The other one gave you a reentry, and then she took off. Right? You have. So I'll show them to you here, so people will see them. Hold on one second. Um, Analyses. Let me go to tools. And that is not what I meant to do. I meant to go to analysis. I'm sorry. Tools and then go to rectangle. And then I'll draw it for you here. This is the one that stopped you out by a tick. That's some crazy stuff right there. And then it gave you an entry here. And then another entry here. And then she took off to the upside. Right? Now, ultimately, she gave you an entry right here. That was the sneaky trend change right there. It went from a downtrend to an uptrend. So it went from
mhm.
being in a downtrend to higher high, higher low, higher high. Came down here and gave you the bearish bar with the bullish close. If it breaks that high, it has a high probability of going up, which is exactly what it did. You take all of those trades, and that's what you have. Um,
It went up 90 points.
it went from 940 to 16,9 16,940 to 17,033. We went up just about almost 100 points. But guess what? It went down 100 points too. I want to say there's some wild swings. There's some volatility in this thing right now. That's
Yeah.
for sure. The volatility is here, ladies and gentlemen. The volatility is here. And, me and Ronald just sitting up here trying to catch a little something, and it hasn't given us what we want to see yet. That's a 24,300. Let me get back down to the 8,100 volume chart. And let me move this out the way because I want to see if oh man, it gave it to you right there. But that's a 2,700 volume chart, right? Gate is right here, 17. And Andrew was 17 and it went to, it went up 100 points now. That was it at 151. You got to be in it for a minute. Excuse that, ladies and gentlemen. But when the market goes down and tries to pull back and then makes another move to the upside like that, That is very, 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 very strong. So we just wait. We just wait. It's going to give us our shot, and that's what we wait on. Our shot. We called 3 trades today, 2 winners and a break even for about 20 points. And we'll wait to get the other one. Wait to get another one. We'll get one more. We'll get one more. And tell me a joke, Ronald, because it's boring now. Now I'm bored.
Look, I ain't got no jokes. I'm watching this thing.
Yeah, man, this thing done went up a 400 points now. The low is 1740, 16,943.50. It has now gone 400 points to the upside. So
Yep.
this thing should, I'm just so you'll know, this is the first move. The next move should be a more violent move. This thing might be C17,200 tomorrow or overnight. So I am going to be looking to trade that. Um, I need, I want one more trade today though. I'm hoping it pulls back some. But so let me ask you a question. Did today help you out any? And if it did, what helped and what did you learn? Because I'm also, because it's just me and you on right now. I know Keith's here, but he's not here. Um, so I want you to talk to me and let me know where you are, and what stuck out to you today, what didn't stick out to you today. Just talk to me, give me some dialogue so I can help
I
move your
mean,
train further along. Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, it does. The screen time just really being able to watch kind of the trial and error. I mean, I had a little hiccup today. That was some human error on my end, but yeah, because I would have swore up and down I was in a buy. But I mean, nonetheless, that like I said, that still helps when you make them type of when that type of stuff happen, it sticks out so specifically. I'm like, okay, yeah, we're gonna make sure that never happens again. But I think just the the screen time is helping me to see everything better. And I think it's just a matter of me being comfortable. Um, just a matter of me being comfortable making these trades on my own. Just getting it because I mean I'm willing to take the trades. I got to make sure my my knowledge of the market is up to par with the confidence to take the trades.
Right, right. So I'm again today in our private session. I'm gonna blow your wig all the way back. I'm gonna blow your wig all the way back. If you had hair on your head when I'm done, it's gonna be like somebody gave you a perm, my guy. Cause your hair gonna be slicked back to the back, boy, blown all the way back. I'm telling you, it's gonna cause what I'm gonna show you is gonna be like, are you serious? I'm gonna be like, yep, yep, I'm serious. This right here, you had to know this was gonna be a violent move to the upside
Yeah,
because it was an ABC pattern in a long trend, and then it came and hit the support area. I told you it tested it, and I wanted to see when it tested it, what happens. Now, when it closes above right here, that's when you know. When they give you 2 bar closes above that support or resistance, that's pretty strong. It's like they're saying,
yeah,
"Hey, I'm not trying to go down. Don't know
Mm-hmm.
what you're trying to do, but I'm not trying to go down. This one right here gave you an entry at 15 with it went as far as 19, but your stop was only 9, so you only lost 5, 6 points on that trade, and then it came back here and gave you the trade again at 15 again. And watch this, the trade, and I lied. Did I? Hold on. No, I stopped you out by 1 tick. It would have stopped you out by 1 tick. And stop of 9, so we got you in the same price. Came down here, scared you again. Then it took off to the upside, gave you another entry. And then 15 to 50. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing baby steps. I'm about to get ready and take y'all on a ride where we adding on to the contracts live like we did the other. I mean, we did it yesterday. I think I told Ron to get in 10. I think I caught him off guard. Right, he can
Yeah,
laugh or stay. I caught him off guard when I like, hey man, get in 10 contracts. We going down short. And I know he was like, what the what? But then instead, we entered in 3 contracts at a time, 3 different times, and ended up making like 50 points or something like that, uh,
yeah,
which was nice. And that's what we want to do, right? You're not going to get those kind of trades all the time, but when you get them, take advantage of them, and and you'll get them 50% of the time, about 50% of the time. Today, we haven't had a trade to do that because we haven't been in a trend on our smaller time frames. It's been what we want to see on our smaller time frames. We saw on our bigger time frames, which is the ABC pattern and the market moving, and it's been real choppy on the smaller time frames because the bigger time frames was giving you the trade. So you have to be able to understand that concept and understand why that is. And most of the time it's the bigger time frames that are consolidating and or going straight up and straight down, and then the smaller time frames are giving you the smooth moves to be able to get in and out of the trades. That didn't happen as much today. It happened some, and this right here now is out of control. Now it's completely out of control because once we get this pullback, it's going to be a wrap. I'm telling you that now. Once you get that pullback, it's over with completely. Not figuratively speaking, literally speaking. It's going to, you get a pullback and it starts to go up, it's probably going to go up into, let me make sure I'm not lying to you. I want to see what that number is. All right. It's probably going to get as high as, I want to say about 200, 185 to 200, 175 to about 200 at least. If it pulls back and pushes up, it'll probably do that. Now, this is the thing. If she does that and gets above these highs here, remember when I talked, oh, let me stop. Let me slow it down for a second. Remember when I said here, I said this volume has a higher volume than 5 of the last 7 days.
yeah,
And then I talked about that. And I said if today's volume is lower than this low volume here, then this thing's probably
yeah.
a fake move. But the way this is moving, this may eclipse this down volume, which means that this thing is probably going to move to the upside. So that's it. That is the kind of analysis that I teach you, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever decide you want to be a part of what we have going on, uh, right now we're not accepting any more students uh, because we're full. But I like to show you kind of what we do and how we do it, be a fly on the wall, so that you can see. Um, we're not cheap, and this is not a fly by night course that you just buy and then put it on the shelf. Because if you're not trying to make $1 million in the markets, this program is not for you. And what we do is not for you because we want people who are serious about trying to actually make a bunch of money in the markets. So I'm going to teach you exactly what that looks like. And so we'll go back to our daily charts. Um, what did I do? Hold on a second. I know I have an 8100 volume chart. 81.27.9. Where did you go? 81. There you go. Uh, but if y'all have questions or comments, please send me a text message, or I'm sorry, an email at support@theprofitstalker.com. Support@theprofitstalker.com. And again, like, subscribe, share, tell your friends. We do this every day, and we're real people, right? And we're teaching you the process that makes money. And we have literally just scratched the surface because we're starting fresh with Mr. Ronald Jones, the next man up. So we're starting him from the beginnings, and we're going to get more and more in depth as we go along. And in 30 days, I would expect him to be able to do a challenge. And we'll see where that goes. So anyway, with that being said, I'm going to shut up now and go back on mute. I'm just trying to let you guys know what's going on. Let me see if we have something potentially brewing. Yeah, you don't want any of this. You don't want any of that. Nope. So yeah, I'll go on mute and I'll be back shortly.
For a second, I thought we may have had a V pattern you were telling me about on that 8100, but I opened it up, not quite.
Might have had a what pattern?
I thought it was the V pattern you were telling me about. I think I want to say it was last week. Just I had it kind of close, but it's not though. I opened it up like that, and I was like, okay, it's not.
Okay, you said B as in boy.
V as in Victor.
Oh, V as in Victor. Yeah, yeah. It's not quite a V. The V pattern. Yeah, when it goes down and straight down and straight back up. No, no, it didn't do that today. I
Yeah,
got you.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got you. I
Right.
got you. Yeah, it has done it here recently, but not today. Has been some clean ABC patterns, man. I mean, it was a clean one here at what time is this? Hold on. It was a clean one here at 10 o'clock, and then there was another clean one. I mean, this thing is clean. It just happened at support though. You know what I mean? It just happened at the support area, but that right there, that's tough. That right there is tough. Um, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. I see you, boss. It's going up too, Jack. It's going up. Let's see what all we got here. Let's see what all we have here. Yep, this was one right here. Yeah. Yeah. see you. I see you. Oh, nothing going on right now. That thing is just humming, Jack. And the thing is, I wouldn't have told you to take it because it was the second move, because I didn't see the
Yeah.
first one. But that right, you see again. I can show you this every day, man. Show you this all day, every day, and not it's not going to change too often. It's you see the bullish bar. I mean the bearish bar with the bullish close right here. The bullish outside bar. That
On the
right there
900.
on the 2700. It happened on the 900
Oh,
too, though, didn't it?
yep.
It did. It happened on
Yeah, I
both of
see.
them, but yeah, it's that right there is real. It is real. It is real, man. So this is good stuff here. Good stuff. Now you know why this goes. You see how when this thing makes this straight up move right here? When it makes this straight up move right here, it's
Yeah.
people think it's going down, but in actuality, it's going up. Come on now. Because you have to see that. You have to expand the charts and understand why the markets are moving the way they're doing. And then that way you understand completely what's going on. That's tough. This thing is up big. Is it gonna go to that 17? Let me tell you something right here. Right?
Hmm.
I said this a few minutes ago. If price just goes straight up to that, if price pulls back and goes to that, it's going to much better shot. If it just goes straight up there like that today without pulling back, or overnight, first thing tomorrow, and it doesn't pull back and it's just straight up, it's going to not be worth this. It's not going to be worth anything. It's like somebody running real, real fast. They can't run for a long time. You know what I mean? Same
Yeah.
concept. Yeah, if it goes to that spot real, real fast, it's coming straight back down.
Mm.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go on mute and wait.
And it went up 160 points.
Yes, it has. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, it has. I didn't want to tell you to do this, but this was again, this is a setup right here, right?
Yeah.
Right there. 87, stop of 82. 87, stop at 82. It goes to shoo. It's nice. It's nice actually. So let me draw all of the areas then. Copy and move there. Copy and move. Don't even worry about it because it's going to be on and popping right there. Copy and move right there. I'm sitting here telling you, man, when I show you this, you're going to be like, why you ain't show me that to start with? Like, couldn't show you. It's like, it's like your daddy going to give you a Ferrari for your birthday, but he tell you you got to drive a Buick. You know, for your 18th birthday, he going to give you a Ferrari, but he tell you you got to buy that, drive that Buick LeSabre for 2 years, and you
All
don't
right.
understand why. And you don't understand why you mad because you got to go to school in the Buick LeSabre station wagon.
Exactly.
And you like at the end of it, you like, oh, that's why you did it. Yeah, because you wouldn't if I gave you this first, you wouldn't have been right. You wouldn't not gonna be right. Uh, 'cause I'm telling you now, I'm about to give you the Ferrari, my guy. You have
Oh yeah.
imp and I'm not blowing smoke. I say this in front of anybody. You've impressed me beyond measure. I've never had anybody to get this fast. People will say that my teaching has gotten better, but here's the truth. And I'll say this. I've been doing the same thing for 25 plus years. I have tried
Mhm.
to alter what I do from a teaching standpoint so that people can see it because
Mhm.
this is really, if you want to know the truth, how I trade. You ready?
Yeah.
This is me trading in real life. This is how I trade in real life. Not this is not the indicators. Once you've seen them so much, you you kind of gonna know what they're doing, except for under over and stuff like that that you can is a quick visual. But when you
Mhm.
can trade like this, your life is going to be real different.
Yeah.
When you can see nothing but this right here, you'll be like, oh man, I see that. Because then you'll be able to see everything clearer. Like you will be able to see the ABC patterns. You'll be able to see the higher lows, right? You can see without all of the stuff, you can see this is a lower high with a what I call a bullish bar with a bearish close right there, right? That's a trade right there. It doesn't look like much, but you're a trader. Your object of the game is to make money. It goes from 28, and I'm using a big chart, so, but it goes from 28 to oh 04, right? Well, I'm looking for a bearish bar, a, a bullish bar with a bearish close. I don't get any until right here. I get the bullish bars up here, and I get the bullish bar, bearish close. You see how that one fall apart? Dang, I'm like, cool, I'm in there, right? Bullish bar, bearish close. I got a higher high, a higher low, a higher high. So now this is a higher low, bullish bar. I mean a bearish bar with a bullish close is going up. Bearish bar with a bullish close is going up. Okay, so now I got a low, lower high, lower low, lower high. It's a trend. Bearish bar, bullish close. I mean bullish bar, bearish close for a short. Bam. Higher high, higher low. Do I want to take this trade? It's not in trend yet. I don't know. So I'm gonna wait. When it comes back down, it gives me a bearish bar with the bullish close, a bullish outside bar. Take that trade, boom, straight to the upside. Oh shit, this is an ABC pattern right here. There you go. Higher high, higher low, lower high, low, lower low, bullish bar, bearish bar, bullish close. It goes straight up. This one right here doesn't give me the doesn't give me the bearish bar with the bullish close. I don't know anything about that. I'm like, okay, cool. So now I can't take that trade on this time frame. Can't take this trade right here. But I go to if I go to another time frame, I just look for the trade there. Don't have it here. So now I got to go to another time frame. I know that this is I'm entering at the end of the correction. This is an end of a correction. This is an end of a correction. This is market and trend. This is market and trend. This is, so all of that stuff matters. All that stuff, being able to see that and know what that is on any chart will tell you exactly where you need to trade. That's why I'm not wrong much. I'm not saying I'm never wrong, right? I might get in too early. I might get in too late. Sometimes I let my emotions get a part of it, right? Just because I am still human, no matter what I know, right? So this is where you're going. But after today, you're gonna be like, yeah, I see, says the blind man. When you're the blind man who can see, everybody, we're going to be getting off at about 3 o'clock, right? We're gonna call it at about 3 o'clock today. Uh, this is where you want to go. I don't. This is where you want to go, where you can see this. Somebody look at this and be like, that thing just shot straight up. No, it did. Why didn't it? It didn't shoot straight up because it was an ABC pattern in this big ass uptrend. Excuse my French, I'm sorry. In this big uptrend. So no, no, no. It didn't just come out of nowhere. It started on, when was this? When was this bottom? It started on yesterday at 10 o'clock. It bottomed, it trended, it gave you a correction. I don't know who can't see that. I don't know why you can't see that. That is easy for me to see. That is easy for me to see. Now, how you get into those trades? I'm gonna tell you this right now. Strap on your seatbelt, homeboy, because you should be able to. You should see it now, regardless of what. Right? You want to be able to see it because I'm gonna still put your training wheels on, but I'm gonna put your training wheels on and put you on a faster bike. That's all I'm doing. Put you on a faster bike this time, and then let you see if you run with it. If you run on this one, it's over with. If it's a pullback like right here, right? It's a correction over here on your next smaller time frame, right? This right here is a good
say,
trade to enter into. If it's a
say that
pullback
one more
on,
time.
if it's a pullback on the 2700, right? You see the market structure
Right.
pullback right there? It's an
Yeah.
ABC pattern probably happening on your 900. You see that ABC pattern
Ah.
right there?
Mm-hmm.
So this pullback is equivalent to this ABC pattern. So I
That
don't have to,
market structure pullback.
that market structure pullback right here. That's why I tell you need a market structure because if you get the market structure, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get on a smaller time frame a ABC pattern. The ABC pattern is
Yeah.
really you really want to trade, but I don't like
Okay.
going down these smaller time frames because that's how you get whipped around, right? I'll show you right here. This
Yeah.
right here is another ABC pattern. This is an ABC pattern right here. This is a bearish bar with a bullish close. It's a bearish outside bar. The entry was right here at 94.50. And you can see it's pulling back. Now this right here is a market structure. So because this is a market structure, I guarantee you that it's a ABC pattern on a larger time frame. I mean on a smaller time frame. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
You see the ABC pattern right here on the 300?
On the 300.
Right. You see this is a pullback. That's your ABC pattern, right? That's what happens 100% of the time. You can't
Yeah.
deny the physics of the chart. I can go back 20 years, it's going to look the exact same. That's why I tell people I've been doing the exact same thing for years.
Yeah.
For years. I've not changed anything I've done. I might have used an indicator here or there to help people see it, but it's this at the end of the day, this is where you want to get to be able to read these charts like this. Like I don't need I mean, you'll need to know how to draw your key support and resistance levels, right? You'll want to know how to draw that. But I've already taught you how to do that,
Mm-hmm.
right? I've already said if you get price hitting a certain spot a lot, then price is going to stop there again when it comes back to it. It's just the law. Here it is, right?
Yeah.
If you see a snake and it's coiled up, I don't know a person in the world that's over the age of 15 that don't know it's about to strike.
Right.
I don't know a person in the world that don't know that's over the age of 15 that doesn't know that it's about to strike. If you run full speed and I tell you to stop 1 foot before you get to a door or a wall, I don't know a person in the world that think they can stop before they hit that wall.
Yeah.
When you understand the laws of the chart, it's going to do the same thing every time. I don't care if it's a robot trading it. I don't care if it's a AI, artificial intelligence trading it. I don't care if it's an algorithm trading it. I don't care if it's our grandmama trading it. It don't matter.
Yeah.
It's going to do what it's going to do. That's why I try to tell people, you get enamored about all of this stuff. You want to be in a Bentley and a Bugatti and all this other kind of stuff, and you want to travel the world and do that all this other kind of stuff. That costs money, and it until you are able to handle the responsibilities you have here. How in the heck do you think you're gonna be able to handle that kind of responsibility?
Right.
It starts with the small things. That's why I tell you, I'm teaching you in baby steps. And even though you're going fast, I'm still teaching you slow. I'm just going at your pace, but I'm not like, hey, yeah, you ready for it right now? Because that's too much. It's too much, right? Because if I didn't like, hey, Ron, it's on you, man. You got to make $1,000 a week. That's too much pressure.
Oh yeah, it'd be tough.
You might know what you're doing, but psychologically speaking, that's unfair. It's unfair.
Yeah.
So, uh, I'm taking you in these steps and telling you to just do the stuff I'm telling you to do so that you understand how to trade. That is what this is about. I'm trying to teach you a skill. Nobody learned a skill in 3 months. It's impossible. You can't start a class on how to be an electrician on January 1st and then on March 31st, you're a master electrician. You ain't seen enough yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying you can't be certified. I ain't saying you can't understand the material. I'm talking about practical application, right? Practical application. You can learn a thing and know a system. I'm not saying you can't learn a system in 3 months. I'm not saying you can't learn how the markets move in 3 months, but you haven't went through full market cycles to be able to handle everything that goes with it. That's what people don't understand. Because as long as you're making money, everything's good. But when it stops making money, are you gonna be able to figure out why? Are you gonna be able to
Yeah.
understand, well, this is why I'm not making money? Because that is why you're here with me. I'm going to show you how to make money consistently no matter what the market does, because you will know exactly what it's doing. All you gotta do is go up
Right.
and down the market, because people are making these claims, man, and I'm telling you, I'm just sitting up here telling you, watch this. Here's a story that I'll give you from my mentor. This is what he used to say to me. If you try to sneak in my house, what do you have to do first before you get in here? What is it you have to do first besides the planning part? What's the physical thing you got to do in order to get into the house? I was dumbfounded in a mug, and he said the simplest thing in the world to me. You know what he said?
What?
You got to walk.
You right.
You've
You
got
gotta
to either
walk.
you got to walk, run, or crawl to get in the house. One of the three. You've got to put one knee in front of the other, one foot in front of the other, or one foot in front of the other really, really, really fast. So because I know that, all I have to do is bring you to a halt where you can't just walk through, and then I'm able to counteract what you're going to do. Because once you get on the other side, you don't know what's inside. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
I'm saying that to say this. People think in terms of money. They think in terms of they want to be successful.
Yeah.
They don't think in terms of the market leaves a footprint. All you have to do is follow the footprint, because it's going to leave one every time. Long term, people, a lot of people don't even notice that I'm looking at the NQ, because I very rarely say that I'm trading the NASDAQ. I just say I'm trading. I do that on purpose. Why? Because it does not matter what I'm trading, except for this. The NASDAQ is what I trade because technology leads the world. As goes technology, so goes the world. That is a fact. You can take that to the bank. There is no other sector in the whole world that leads like technology does. If technology is booming, the stock market is going to be booming. If technology is not booming, the stock market is not going to be booming. Just the way it is. So if I look at this quarterly chart, all I have to do then is say, okay, cool. Let me go here and let me put my studies on this chart and go look at some volume. Because I've said this 1,000 times. The price only moves in price and volume. So once I put my volume on here, I don't need all the fancy stuff. I'm just talking about regular stuff, right? Regular stuff. And I'm going to put this on here so you can see what I'm saying. That bar moved up on a lot of volume, because this quarter volume eclipsed a whole year's worth of volume before it. Well, 3 quarters, excuse me, 3 quarters before it. So the chances of this going through is pretty high. But you have divergence. So you don't know for sure. You have potential divergence, right? Uh, if it pushes through, now I apologize, because you don't have potential divergence. If it pushes through, you have potential divergence depending on how hard it pushes through. So I'm like, okay, cool. Let me see what's going on. And then I start dialing down. All right, cool. Well, this is up here, but it's lower than this point here. So if it doesn't break this point here, this is nothing more than a correction, a ABC correction, to come right back down. Don't know that for sure yet, though. Right? Don't know that for sure yet. It hasn't proven that. This right here is an uptrend. Easy to see, right? Easy to see right here. This here is an uptrend. And this week has a higher high than last week. So now we're going to find out if this week can muster a big move past 3 weeks ago's high.
Yeah.
See, this is this all this stuff for me. This is how I see this. This right here is a daily chart. It's up in its resistance, so we don't know if it's going to get above this high or not. I think it will based on what it did today, because the market started up, it tried to go down and it couldn't. So because it couldn't, chances are it's probably going to try to push up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with all that said, it leaves a footprint. So now when you come in and trade the next day, excuse me, hold on, let me do this. Let me pull that 8100 back up. Chances are when it comes back in here the next day, it's going to push up. Again, you see this ABC pattern on this 2700?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show it to you now because I want you to see this, because this kind of stuff happens it does it all the time. It's never gonna not do this. This right here is on the 2700. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Do you see the ABC pattern? A, B, C. And
Uh-huh.
then it gives you a bullish bar, it gives you a bearish bar and a bullish close. Chance of that trade working becomes tremendous. Why? Because this is an uptrend and that is a correction. It's never not going to do that. Ever. It's been doing it for over 100 and some odd years.
Yeah.
It's not going to stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is my rant for today. We're going to go ahead and call it for today. I wanted you to get another trade, but I didn't, because we're dealing like we're dealing, I didn't want to 66, 74. That really wasn't bad, but I didn't see it because I was, again, on my rant. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call it for today. But in all that you do, get an understanding, right? And we'll see you guys on the other side tomorrow. Ronald, stay on because we'll get started with